You ready to roll?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So let's call to order our December 19th, 2022 Charlottesville City Council meeting. Ms. Thomas, will you start us off with calling the roll?
Councilor McGill is
Will not be with us.
Correct. Councilor Payne,
Here.
Councilor Pinkston,
Here.
Mayor Snook,
Here?
Vice Mayor Wade.
Here.
All right. So do we have a motion to approve or to amend the agenda?
Move that we approve the agenda.
We do it for one for the whole thing. So
Yeah.
we actually have one amendment that we want to make.
Yeah, for the PCOB, I think we had on the consent agenda.
Right.
If it's the pleasure of the board, just like to pull that so we can just have a little bit discussion on some of the issues.
There were one or two little changes
Yeah,
that we're
yeah,
going to
I just
tweak.
think that-
Nothing major, but can't do that on the consent agenda.
These things, this at the point where we just want to make sure everyone understands, so.
So
I'll
let's-
second that change.
So we'll take the PCOB matters number 5 on the consent agenda. We'll take that off and we will put that, I guess that goes at the very end of the action items. So it'd be if we were keeping the same numbers, it'd be number 12. It would come after what is presently marked as number 11. Okay, with that amendment, motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Who was the second?
Me.
And, okay, I had you as the motion. Who made the motion?
Juan made the motion.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. So this meeting, as always, will be divided into 3 main sections. First is a work session to hear and discuss a presentation that will not require a council vote, at least not today. It will be followed by a closed meeting, and then the city council business meeting, which will begin around 6:30 with seating available in council chambers for up to 23 pre-registered attendees and media. Others are able to join electronically by Zoom. So on our 4 o'clock agenda, we have the topic of redrawing precinct lines for voting. And we have with us today Taylor Yowell, our registrar, and Ann Hemingway, the chair of the Board of Elections. Who's starting us off?
I'm going to start off tonight. I'm
Great.
Ann Hemingway. I am actually vice chair.
Vice
right
chair,
now of the
okay.
Electoral Board. And I'm just going to give you a little background on this, on why we are proposing these changes with the precinct map. And then Taylor is going to speak, and Katrina Colson, who's the city attorney that's helping us with this as well.
And she's
So-
here in the room with us.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I understand. So the reason this came up is a couple of things. First, after the 2020 election, the city of Charlottesville was kind of tagged by the state board of elections because one of our precincts had over 4,500 active voters in the precinct. And it didn't require us to make a big change, but it did alert us that particular precinct, Johnson precinct, was getting larger and larger. In addition to that, there have been ongoing issues that we've had with the Tonsler polling place because it's just too small. And that polling place, that precinct was also getting larger in size because of the development in the southern part of the city. We've also had problems and complaints about Alumni Hall, which is one of our really one and only private polling place. We've had trouble just getting our schedules coordinated with Alumni Hall. Parking's been a problem. And it's also the farthest away from the election office. So when we have to take supplies there in the late afternoon, it's very problematic. So once we started looking at the map and we started thinking about possible alternative polling places, as well as relieving the Johnson precinct, it basically became very clear that the entire city precinct map would change. Taylor and I went to all the public schools buildings because they are the school buildings that are in neighborhoods. They're great places for polling places. They have parking. The city schools are now, by state law, closed on the November elections. And we basically decided, after going to all the schools, that we would propose eliminating Tonsler as a polling place, Tonsler Recreation Center, and opening up Jackson Via School, and then redistributing voters around there. And then we decided to retire Alumni Hall, put some of those voters into Venable, but basically move Walker over and move other people into Charlottesville High School. That's our other new proposed polling place. And Taylor's going to talk more about how we redistributed their voters there. We've always had a history of complaints around Venable, of people that think they should be able to walk to Venable, and the importance of walkability. So we did change some of the voting around Venable to make that the people that can walk there be able to walk there. So that's the history behind it. It really took several years to come up with this proposed precinct map. We ran into the 2020 census, which put a moratorium on this kind of project. And then the results of the 2020 census were delayed significantly. And then we ran up against the congressional redistricting statewide, and the state election office asked us to just delay this until that redistricting was concluded. So we recently put together what we thought was a good precinct map. We sent it out to community people and people on our precinct committee. We got some good feedback and made some changes. We've made several changes already to address walkability issues. And so we feel pretty comfortable now with the proposed map. We've taken it to several neighborhood associations to discuss it. So it's out there, and we're ready to move forward. So that's the end of my presentation. And now I think Katrina will talk about the timeline of this project.
Yes. So counselors, I gave you a handout, a little cheat sheet, and I'm just going to briefly run through what the process looks like, because there's a lot of legal stipulations about what happens if you're changing precincts. So I wrote this when I was first mayor, coming in front of the committee, and we were talking about whether we do it for a general election or primary election, and obviously the decision's been to get this done before the primary election, give as much notice as possible. It's just a visual, so we're in that first block right now where we are seeking community stakeholder input. We've done that. We're broaching it with you guys. Then we're going to have a council reading, and if you turn your sheet over, I put in dates that are more accurate based on what we go. So the current plan is to get an ordinance in front of you, and there's quite a few ordinance changes because we have to write out what all the changes are going to be. We also have to change one of the wards to encompass the new precincts as drawn. So we're going to come in front of you on January 17th, propose the ordinance changes. That's going to kick off a public comment period that's going to last for about 30 days. During that time, there's going to be at least one public hearing during that public comment period. After the public comment period, then we're going to meet again, and you guys are going to approve the ordinance changes, and they won't go into effect until a waiting period has happened. The waiting period is to allow anybody that might have a claim of voting suppression or an issue to bring a claim. So that allows for that to come to you guys' attention, should it be out there. Also, there'll be a newspaper notice. And then the ordinance will go into effect. This is earliest possibility is around April 7th. I try to count exact days, but I just felt a little weird saying, because you never know what's going to happen. So I added a day or two every now and then, just because I'd rather have a little bit of cushion even on this expectation. So that would have it being enacted April 7th, which is about 75 days ahead of the primary election, and notice can be mailed to them. The reason I made the visual timeline on the front is a little easier to understand all the requirements that fit in there, and it also cites the code sections should you want to look up what's required, because each one has specific requirements. Like when you do the notice, you have to publish it through regular means and also online and all those things. So I'm happy to answer questions about that. I just wanted to give you guys an assurance of what the process is going to look like, because it's a little non-standard. And I will note, so the important stars to note that if there should be something that happens at public comment that causes you guys to want to make a change to the precincts, then that adds an additional 15 days where we have to continue the public comment period, and it adds to the process. So we do want to keep that in mind as we're moving forward, that it can push out beyond that April 7th day, which is why we're pushing to get it done earlier rather than later. And the other thing worth noting, just in case you've heard it from people, is that this is all from the 2021 Voting Rights Act, is why this all has to happen now. And sometimes people mention the Attorney General's certification is another way that you can go about, but that wouldn't be appropriate in this case because the changes are so substantial. We would want to do the full process as anticipated by the law. Are there any questions for me?
Yeah, I have just a couple of. And you had mentioned the precinct committee, and I just want to know a little bit more about who is that comprised of, and what did that look like?
We convened a group of people, both staff from the registrar's office, I was from the board, and then some people in the community that were interested in, one person from the Planning Commission, an election official, Lloyd Snook is on it, and I think that's about it.
We had representatives from the political party.
Oh, right, and representative political parties. We met originally, probably 2.5 years ago, but because of the census issues, we did not go forward, and then we reconvened probably 6 or 7 months ago.
Okay. So I got just a couple of follow-up questions. Were there any issues or concerns that came up from that committee that you all, the committee, had to address or tried to address?
There were, in fact, both from the committee itself and also from our conversations with several neighborhood associations. One of the party reps was concerned that we had moved Friendship Court back into Key Rec, which is walkable for them, and he felt it was more appropriate that they go back to Clark, which is their original voting place, because that's where those kids go to school, and the families in that area were, they just expected to be in Clark. So we moved that back.
Okay.
There's some concern about retiring Alumni Hall, about, from particularly one person that lives in that Thompson, Lewis Mountain area. And we addressed that. I mean, that is going to be the one area where those people will have to drive to Venable. They're going to be in Venable. And then we had some discussion at Tonsler. There was some concern that people that would walk to Tonsler would no longer be able to walk to their polling place. I don't know how many people actually walk to Tonsler. It's not a very walkable precinct as it is, but we did note that the people that live near Tonsler will now be in the Buford precinct, which is just a couple blocks up the street, and probably more walkable for them, actually.
And
so we have tried to address, and we have made some changes to our proposal based on the input that we've received so far.
Good. I just have one other question. Katrina, that public hearing that you mentioned that I guess would take place after the 17th, after we have the initial on the 17th, where, I mean, is that something that we do as city council or something that the voter registrar office do?
It is something that you guys are going to have a public hearing, and there's also going to be an open public comment period where they can submit, and we can decide the ways in which we want them to submit, and the law stipulates as to some of them. I think we have to provide them a way to do it via snail mail, via email, probably via fax if that's still around.
Yeah.
Various ways to get it in for that 30-day period, and then the public hearing will be in a council meeting. You guys will be hearing feedback from whoever signs up on that.
So I just want to, is that part of our, Ms. Thomas, is that part of our regular scheduled meeting, or is it a special meeting? Do we already have that scheduled?
It's not on the calendar just yet.
Okay. Because it
we'll
just gets
decide
real
after
tight
this
with the
meeting.
budget and everything. I just want to make sure we get that down as soon as we.
And Vice Mayor, I think it would, if you guys want, I guess depending on how many people we think would be presenting comment, I think you can do it at a regular meeting if there's scheduling, or it can
I
be
see.
a special
I
meeting.
see.
But it can't happen during a regular meeting. It can just be
Oh.
a little set aside where you mention that this public comment is a public hearing.
Thank you. That's-
February would be just before we would get the budget. The February, it's still in the city manager's hands.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, two questions. One for you, Ms. Carlson. So is this essentially a schematic that backs up from both a primary as well as a general? In other words, it has general at the very end, but it
I
could
put
be...
general at the end. Yes, I put general at the end because there is a hard deadline for the general election.
60 days.
It can't make any change within 60 days of the general election.
Okay.
And this originally, although I'm very impressed with my PDF skills in making this originally was presented when that was still on the option of do we want to get it done before general election. So I tried to provide that scenario and then also the primary scenario.
Okay.
But now we are at the primary scenario, which is why I added this. And these are the earliest dates, and then the latest dates would be kind of what I envision on the back. And there's not a lot of wiggle room. We'd want to start it, obviously, into
Right.
January, beginning of February would be the start of the process.
So the minus 60 days, minus 90 days, minus...
It was just so that you could see, like, what would be
Right.
the hard stop times.
Okay. And it's based on whichever election we're talking about, primary or general?
It is based on the general election.
Okay.
Primary election does not have the same stipulation of no changes within 60 days.
I see.
But if we start it now, we actually would still be accomplishing it
I
out
see.
of 60 days from the primary, but that is not a legal stipulation that no changes within 60 days of a primary.
Okay, but as you just were trying to explain to me, so the reverse
That's
essentially is the dates we'd need to fall on to be able to meet the primary, to get this done before the primary.
Yes, between, and I apologize, but this would be when we could start. So January 17th would be when we could start, and we would get it done about April 10th, anticipating no changes that would extend it. On the front page, if we started, let's say, in the February 20th meeting, we could still get it done before the primary, but there would be less wiggle room. So
Got it.
I would, I just presented both options for you all to consider.
Got it. And then the other question I had for the folks on the screen, the latest, I guess, map is the one that I got from the mayor a few weeks ago, I guess, dated, the proposed precinct map dated October the 7th, 2022. Is that the latest map?
So that is not, I will go ahead and pull up.
I think it'd be great if you could just share that and maybe
Yes.
just sort of gesture, and I'd love to get an email copy as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I guess I should transition as well. So that, I was just going to talk about the legal portion, then Taylor will be able to follow up with more of what's going on and what's on the maps and what are they anticipating.
Okay.
I think that the moving Friendship Court to Clark was after the map that I had sent to you.
Okay.
So that's at least one significant change.
All right. So can you all see my screen at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah, if you'd zoom in a bit, that'd be awesome.
Sure. Just tell me which way.
That's good.
So I think this is the biggest change right here where we moved Friendship Court back into Clark after getting public comment, going to a few of our meetings with neighborhoods, everything of the sort. So we moved Friendship Court back in this area, back into Clark, rather than I think it was previously in Beaufort. It may be in the copy that you all have.
And it looks like there have been some pieces of Key that were up north of the bypass.
Yes. Okay. So you have one even older then. So yes. So this portion of Key Rec is now in CHS because after talking again to some more people in the community, this portion right here, it is not typically walkable either way to Key Recreation. So if someone is driving, it is able to, they would then drive to Charlottesville High School rather than into CHS because we moved this portion right here was actually previously in Carver. So from McIntyre to the right, that is actually all walkable to Key Recreation, whereas it is, which are easily walkable into Key Rec after getting, again, more community stakeholders' opinions and feedback. So that was all changed. So that moved out about a little over 600 voters. So in order to supplement for that number of voters, we moved this portion into CHS, and it about evened out those numbers.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to get a copy of that. I'm assuming this is on your website at this point?
So it is actually on the city's GIS. If you go to Open Data, in order to get public feedback, the GIS team here at the city has actually been very, very helpful with our tons of different changes that we have had, and actually has been updating this as we've gone along in order for community and voters, anyone to look at and see or to review. So it is available online if you go to opendata, I believe, .org, but I will also send it out to you all.
Great. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Can you say, so the max of voters in any precinct needs to be less than or equal to 4,500, is that right?
So that is not, so what it is that you cannot create a precinct with more than 5,000 voters. And then during a presidential election, they will flag any precinct that is, has over 4,000 registered voters that do vote there actively. So, and for example, in the 2020 general election, we had over 4,000 people vote in Johnson. And you have to remember that was when we also had a ton of early voting here in our office. So it was really only about 800 people voted on election day, but just in general, they are registered Johnson voters. So that's why it was flagged. So you can't create one of more than 5,000. So we tried to keep all precincts between the 3,000 to 4,000 mark. And let me pull up, I can also share with you all this here. Give me 1 second. I will give you the numbers that I have.
Thank you.
For the precinct. So I will pull this up and I will send it out to everyone. So if you are looking on the left, or on B column, it gives you the precinct total. So when we say current, this is kind of when we started this actual project. This was the current precinct total, so the number. So everywhere was still, we had Johnson, so they were still at a little under 4,400 voters, but we always get a big influx of voters right around the presidential. So you'll get a few hundred more, so it'll be right at that 5,000 mark, which made them have hit over 4,000, which is why we got flagged by the state in the first place. And so the middle columns, C through J, show you the totals after all of the changes. So it shows how many voters got moved out of, for example, it shows how many voters got moved out of Alumni Hall and in which precincts that they went to. So it gives that description. And so column L to the right gives you the new totals. So again, we tried to redistribute them a lot more evenly. We still have 2 precincts that are right over 4,000, but from what we have seen thus far, if any moving out of Clark, the problem is you take away a lot of walkability because if you look at Clark's precinct map itself, a lot directly to the left or above the school, which could either go over to Beaufort or go up to Key Rec, that is where 90% of those voters actually walked to Clark itself. So we weren't able to get that one under 4,000. And then the other one was Key Recreation. We could potentially move some more out of KeyRec, especially at the northern portion of KeyRec, and send into CHS. But again, that is everyone on then this side of the bypass, and it does take away walkability as well. So we thought that that was a more important factor, is being able to have as many voters have as easily accessibility to the precinct itself on election day.
So is the net same number of precincts when we're done?
It is correct. So we would be changing from having the original 9, so eliminating Alumni Hall and Tonsor, with adding in Jackson Bayant and Charlottesville High School.
Okay. Makes sense to me.
Would you all like for me to show the previous precinct map, and then I can pull up the new one just so you have something for reference?
I'm good with what I've seen. If others,
I'm familiar with what it is now. It's the changes that are important.
Okay.
How do you feel? Michael, any questions?
No specific questions. I mean, I think the changes make sense to me. The biggest question, which was discussed a little bit, is just how to educate the community ahead of time and let the many people who aren't going to be watching or paying attention to this or a public hearing know what's up.
Right, absolutely. So one of the main factors is anyone that would move, which it is a pretty significant number of voters that will move. If this goes through, it's about 40% of our registered voters here in Charlottesville. So even though it's only 2 new precincts because of how the lines change throughout, it is a significant number. So anyone that does move precincts, they will get a new voter notice in the mail. So telling them where they need to go on election day, it is going to be posted on our website. It does have to be posted in the newspaper. And I believe that there may be another legal obligation that we would do, but I know we would put out a press release or anything of the sort that we could think of.
I wonder if there's anything worthwhile to do on the city's end in terms of like a PR or just public information campaign, because I know everything we do, it's hard to reach people.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely think I was going to say that. I think when Brian asked before, I think about the map, you said that it was with the GIS department or something like that. I just think it needs to be, at least for a couple of months or something, go to the city, because people are going to go to the city's main site to try to look for information, to have, click here for information on the new voting areas or something. So they don't have to click to go through to get the GIS.
Right.
And maybe they don't have to now, but I don't think that GIS is like one of the main tabs, that you go to. Right? We just want to make it easy as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I am not sure on that end. I can talk to some people in the city. I don't know who exactly I would talk to as far as that, but I can get in touch with potentially a couple other departments and see who I would need to talk to see if that's a possibility.
Yeah, you should be able to contact someone to find out how to get this information
Right.
prominent on the website.
I just want to say, I know that it looks like roughly 40% of our voters will be voting someplace different from where they voted last November. And I can tell you, every time we've had even tweaks to the boundary lines before, there has been great consternation, and people are thinking, gee, I don't know where I'm supposed to be voting. I don't know. Just a lot of concern about that. And so it was important to me that we start this process of educating before the first public hearing. Because one of the things that has concerned me is the number of times that we end up trotting out something for a public hearing, and the first time the public, or even the first time we have a chance to see it, is when the agenda and the packet come out 5 days before the meeting, and something of this complexity needs a lot more time for people to just sort of sit there and soak it in, and a lot more time for you all to educate the voters about where they're going to vote next, and to make sure that they understand, no, it's still going to be a school gym. It's still going to look like
Right.
what you're expecting, and we'll just hopefully people will sort of get over the oh my goodness moment to the sigh, and then they get to go ahead and do what they've always done. We have been criticized often recently, I think unfairly in many cases, but nonetheless, it's the lesson that we need to take, that the more lead time we give for the more of this kind of education we possibly can, the better off everybody's going to be. So.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor. I know that the schools will be closed. I assume that you touch base with Dr. Gurley or the schools for Charlotte's, now that Charlottesville High School is going to be a site.
Sorry. So we have discussed with,
Kim Powell or?
yes,
Yeah.
that is my point of contact with the school systems.
Good.
So when I went around to the schools originally, I believe we did that in the spring, maybe, when we did that in the spring. So I'm in the process of reaching out to, actually, I think it was the superintendent now, where I had not spoken with him previously. So that was our next step, was talking with him, because it had been Julia Green and then Kimberly Powell.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
One other thing I can touch on, I know, is that we have reached out to a few additional neighborhood associations in order to go to in January. So as this is approaching the time for that way it's going to council, we want to attend a few more, because the ones that we had attended originally and have been going and speaking to are the ones that are really harshly or heavily impacted, as far as, you know, the Orangedale and Fifeville neighborhoods, the Lewis Mountain neighborhoods. So the ones that are a large majority or most are moving to a different precinct. But we do plan to still planning to attend the smaller ones as well. So that way, that is another form of voter outreach. I know it's not a lot of people that go there, but at least it will give some sort of notification to someone in the neighborhood that can pass it.
Great. And so the next time that we would expect to see you all back here is going to be on the 17th, with hopefully the ordinance drafted and the I's dotted and the T's crossed. And then that will trigger our public hearing and notice comment period and all of that?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Because I think we want to get this done as early in the available window as we possibly can.
Yeah, we have
Correct.
assumed that there's going to be some hiccup somewhere. We just want to be
Yes.
prepared.
I couldn't even I was counting down the days to the exact date, and I'm like, it just doesn't feel right. I'm just going to add
Yeah.
one and add one, just so that we know that we're meeting the criteria plus more and giving people as much notice as possible.
So our hope would be that we would have the ordinance actually enacted like the first Monday in April 3rd, or something like that, or maybe the second, the
Correct.
3rd, 4th, the 17th.
Yep, and that second reading of that ordinance will actually happen in March, so there'll also be, there's that 30-day period where people, if they still have kind of another shot
Yeah.
at goal, not shot at goal, another chance to speak up if
Been
they
watching
feel-
too much World Cup, huh?
So, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And just one quick question. I think you already talked about this, but just again, if something did come up in the, this process where we realize something needs to be tweaked, you said that's an additional 15 days. Is that another public hearing that would need to happen if there's an adjustment made?
I don't believe it's another public hearing, it's an extension of the public comment period.
Okay.
So
Thank
15 days on the public comment period.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank you.
questions for anybody on all of this?
No?
Well, we are blessed in that we only have one item on our 4 o'clock agenda here, but that's okay, because we have a whole lot of things we have to talk about in closed session. So thank you, Taylor, thank you, Ann, thank you,
Thank you.
Katrina.
And then I
uh,
will send all of this out to you all in just a few minutes. But if there are any questions or anything you need from me, just let me know.
Great, appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we're a little early on getting out of the 4 o'clock session. If we have a motion to go into a closed session at this point?
Sure, I will read the motion. Pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Virginia Code, I hereby move that the City Council close this open meeting and convene within a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 A3, A7, and A8 for discussion or consideration of prospective candidates for appointment to boards and commissions, and of the possibility of an assignment or appointment of outside legal counsel for pending litigation or other legal matters, discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property, or discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, 100 Rio Road East. Consultation with legal counsel regarding the above referenced matters and regarding a procedural matter relating to the proposed mid-year budget amendments. And consultation with legal counsel pertaining to litigation pending within the City of Charlottesville Circuit Court, including civil case numbers 21-617, 22-234, and various other pending challenges to council zoning decisions.
Okay, is there a second to this motion?
Second, that is a busy closed session.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Council will now go into closed session, and we will return to a separate Zoom link for the open meeting at about 6:30. So if there are folks watching now, come back and see us at 6:30. We're adjourned into closed session. Okay. So let's call back to order our regular meeting. The first item of business is to come out of closed meeting. Is there a motion certification?
Yes, I move that the city council members certify by a recorded vote that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Is there a second?
Second?
Ms. Thomas, will you take the vote, please?
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 4-0. All right. We should note for the benefit of those who are not here at 4 o'clock that Councilor McGill will not be with us this evening. So we'll begin the 6:30 business meeting with a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Councilors, are there any announcements?
Yes, Mayor, just one quick announcement, a reminder that the plastic bag tax takes effect in both Albemarle and Charlottesville beginning on January 1st. Each non-reusable plastic bag will come with a 5-cent tax now. And all SNAP and WIC beneficiaries can receive free reusable bags, and they can get in contact with their local social services coordinator in order to obtain reusable bags.
And if one of the things that the little brochure, little information that came out to us today said was that if you've got a thick plastic bag, like with handles, that's designed for multiple uses, there is no tax associated with that. But obviously, that's something you're going to bring. It's not really something that the store would give to you or sell to you. So, good announcement. Any other announcements? I think I would like to just note that we got word that Saturday, Tommy Theodos, the longtime football coach at Lane High School, died. He was 89 years old. He was at Lane when I was at Lane back in the 1960s. Of course, he was probably best known for between 62 and 67, a 53-game non-losing streak where he had 49 wins and 4 ties. He also he coached the first integrated state championship team in 1963 as they went 10-0. I note, just as an indication of how really revered he was at that point in Charlottesville, that there was a referendum to have 2 high schools built. And one of the contentious issues was, well, which one of the high schools is going to get Tommy Theodos as their football coach? And there were apparently a lot of folks on either side of town who said, I don't want to have 2 high schools if it means that we're not going to have both of them coached by Tommy Theodos. So it was one of those things where it was just hard to overestimate the reach that the Lane High School football team had and Tommy Theodos himself had at that time. So.
I think the stadium is named after.
Yep.
At Charlottesville High School. Yeah.
And again, we look at things now when we look back on the time of the 60s. Everything we look at takes on, we have sort of a racial history lens to it. And I think it's really worth noting that Tommy Theodos was the coach of the first integrated state championship team in Virginia. That was 1963. That's pretty amazing itself. Okay, so that's, are there any proclamations? I don't have any proclamations, any recognitions? Board or commission appointments? Vice Mayor Wade, you got the list?
Yes, I have quite a list here that I would like to read off that we discussed for the Charlottesville Albemarle Visitors Board. One vacancy, and it's Daniel Shea. For the Historic Resource Committee is William Bergen and Larry Rowley. For the Human Rights Commission is Mary Bauer, Catherine Bertani.
No, you're misreading my text.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, okay, yes, I'm sorry. Mary Bauer, Jessica Harris, Wolfgang Kepley, and Suzanne Lynn. For the Personnel Appeals Committee, John Delahaney. For the Region 10 Community Service Board, David Opper. For the Ravenna Solid Waste Authority, Mike Gaffney. And for the Ravenna Water and Sewer Authority, Mike Gaffney. For the Sister Cities Commission, Kimberly Hayes. And for the Youth Council, Nava Krugel. Is that?
Not sure, Kurgel, I think.
Okay.
All
That's,
right, that's your motion?
yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Thomas, call the roll, please.
Counselor Payne?
Yes?
Counselor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Smith?
Yes,
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
and that passes 4-0, and thank you to all those who have volunteered. I will add that there are a couple of spots that we have simply been unable to fill for some time, and in some cases, they are fairly specific and fairly narrow categories. And people who are involved with particular narrow issues. But there are a few that are really very important issues and boards. One is there's an opening on the Board of Architectural Review, which we did not fill this time. There are 2 additional openings on the Historic Resources Commission, which we did not fill this time, for lack of applicants primarily. There's still an opening on the Region 10 Community Services Board. So if you have a yen for public service, these are important boards. Go to the city website, charlottesville.gov. You can click on the link for boards and commissions, and if you sort of keep clicking down, at some point you'll come to a screen where in the lower right-hand corner it says apply for a board or commission, and that's how you can apply. It'll tell you what's open at that point, what we're still looking for to recruit members for. So we hope we can fully staff all of those boards and commissions. Ms. Thomas, would you please read the consent agenda?
Consent agenda number 2, minutes, November 7th council meeting, November 21st council meeting. 3, ordinance, amending the 2018 City County Courts Memorandum of Agreement and approving a 40-year lease, second reading. 4, resolution, transferring capital funds from the city-county fund for renovations to Washington Park Pool, $350,000, second reading. Number 5, regarding Police Civilian Oversight Board matters, was
We
moved to
pulled
the
that.
action
We
agenda.
pulled that from the, yeah, okay.
Right. Number 6, resolution appropriating bond proceeds for the Woodland Drive subdivision, $192,453.98, one of 2 readings.
Okay, thank you. So we will now take public comment regarding those items on the consent agenda that were just read by the clerk, and only on those 4 items. The PCOB item we decided to amend the agenda. It will be at the end of the day. So if you were wishing to speak to us about the PCOB matters, your time will come in the next community matters public comment period, not in this one. This is just those 4 matters. So if you wish to speak on one of those matters, you'll have up to 3 minutes. In the Zoom webinar, you may select the raise hand option to be placed in the speaker queue. If you've joined by phone, wish to speak on the consent agenda, you may press *9. We'll alternate between in-person and virtual speakers. Is there anyone in council chambers who would like to speak on one of the consent agenda items? Okay. Anybody online wishing to speak to the consent agenda?
Mayor Snook, there are no raised hands.
Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, Ms. Thomas, will you take the vote, please?
Counselor Payne?
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0 to adopt the items on the consent agenda. Mr. Rogers, is there a report from the city manager's office?
Yes, sir. Mayor, members of council, we included the city manager's report in your packet. There are a couple of items I'd like to highlight. First, after the appointment of a new police chief on December 5th, the new chief, Michael Coaches, and I held a press conference with the local press to talk about his background, his interest, and what his aspirations are for his new role. And we'll be doing more of that as he comes to town on January 6th. The city manager and the human resources director held a town hall meeting for employees to discuss the new personnel rules that were enacted on October 17th. Still a lot of comment, but we're open and listening to feedback from employees, and we will make some adjustments as suggested. The Office of the City Manager would like to congratulate the Office of Budget and Management for receiving the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the 2022 budget. This represents the 18th consecutive year that the office has received the award. So congratulations to Chrissy Hamill and her staff and all who worked on this project. The Office of City Manager also would like to celebrate the Department of Social Services' recent honor as the Champions Employer of the Year by the Charlottesville Regional Office of the Department of Aging and Rehabilitation Service. So big nod to the Department of Social Services and that great staff there. I reported last council meeting that we are excited to announce the launch of the National Community Survey, also called the NCS. Specifically, the city wants to know what they can do to work towards a better, safer community. To get involved, local participants should go to the website pollco.us/Charlottesville. That link is in my city manager's report. If you pull that down, you can just hit the link and go directly to the survey. The survey will be open until Friday, I believe. With respect to weather preparation, sounds like we're going to need it this weekend. I've met with the staff, we've gone over the plans for inclement weather preparation, and so I'm pretty satisfied that we are set and ready to go. And I applaud the Department of Public Works for the work that they've done on that, and Department of Emergency Management, and Sam Sanders, our Deputy City Manager. Those are just a couple of items I want to highlight. I also want to acknowledge that I received word this week that our city attorney, Lisa Robertson, will be leaving us effective December 28th. Lisa has had a long career with the city of Charlottesville. In my time here, I recognize her as one top-notch professional who you can rely on for sound advice and guidance as we go through the work that we do in the city government. We will miss her. What I will do is come back to you with the next steps in terms of transition. We will appoint an acting city attorney from the staff, and then we will discuss other steps that we need to take in order to make sure we're covered in that office. And we have something, a way to get there at the end of the meeting. I'll offer a resolution.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. And Mr. Rogers, I just wanted to note that in your report, for the folks who read through the whole thing, I was struck by the fact that we had said when you came a year ago, basically one of your charges was to repopulate City Hall. And you've announced a number of hires of folks in important middle management positions, and that's what we've needed. I want to applaud that.
Well, thank you very much. Takes a lot of work from a lot of people.
Right.
In especially human resources. But I am very pleased to say that on some recent announcements, we're getting a very good crop of applicants for a number of positions, so that's a good sign.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments, councilors?
Just a minor, someone just contacted me, just said that for the consent agenda that we just approved, that apparently something online said for the renovation of Washington Park said 250, but this says 350. We just want to
350.
make sure that we don't have to come back later and, you know, and get things straight. So just want to bring it, you know, it may be something
It was
before we leave.
It was 350 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
350.
350,
Yeah,
right.
350, okay.
All right. Let's see. Community Matters now. There are 4 pre-registered speakers, leaving 12 slots for additional speakers on Community Matters. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. We will now open the floor to pre-registered speakers, and these will be folks who are online, I assume, but not necessarily. The first one on our list is Angela Menaki, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Is she available online?
Mayor Snook, I do not see her in the Zoom.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye out for her. Donna Shaughnessy. Is Donna with us?
We may be a little bit too efficient. And, you know, I don't know.
I do not see Donna either.
Okay. How about Giorgio Carta? Right here. Mr. Carta, come on up. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Giorgio Carta, and I reside in the Belmont neighborhood. I'm here to express some serious concerns, which I believe are shared by many other residents and businesses in the area, about the street light situation on the Belmont Bridge. As of tonight, there are no lights whatsoever. I just walked over it. I can assure you that this is a major safety problem for pedestrians, for bicycles, for people using alternative means of transportation. We have heard from the Public Works Department that there are no plans to have any lights until the construction is completed. I think that's more than a year from now, and that's absolutely not acceptable. Public Works gave us a suggestion that we utilize the 4th Street as a bypass to the, or detour to the downtown mall, but this is obviously not practical for those who are coming from or going to areas east of the downtown mall. It's just a long detour. Meanwhile, automobiles are not asked to make any detours whatsoever. I think we all applaud the city's interest in developing and promoting alternative transportation, including walking, biking, and so forth. I think there's an opportunity to ensure that we can walk on the bridge safely with appropriate lighting. During the planning of the bridge replacement, I think the city made a pledge that the bridge will remain open to vehicular and pedestrian traffic. But in fact, without lights, the bridge is not safely accessible at nighttime. So I would really respectfully request that the lights be restored right away. The demolition of the west span of the bridge be halted until such lighting can be provided, and that some plan be made to install lights as soon as possible, either temporary or permanent, so that we can walk safely over the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. That's an important thing that somebody ought to be looking into. Thank you. Next on our list is John Hossack. Is he online?
I do not see him in the Zoom as well.
Have we, sorry, he had sent an email earlier today saying that he did not expect to be able to join us.
Yeah.
Has either Ms. Menaki or Ms. Shaughnessy come back to us?
I do not see them at this time.
All right. Let's see, is there anybody else in the room here who would like to address us at this point? Yes, sir.
Good evening, City Resident James Groves. As you know, I've spoken recently about the city's financial support for the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure. Several of you have emailed me in regards to those comments, and I'll follow up after the new year to prepare for the elimination of those outdated subsidies. Tonight, I want to comment upon another important financial element of climate action in Charlottesville. Rather than underwriting fossil fuel infrastructure, the city should move quickly to establish financial support for the transition to more efficient, environmentally friendly energy systems by enabling CPACE and Green Bank financing in Charlottesville. CPACE stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Financing. It is a tool that provides 100% upfront capital to property owners who want to upgrade their buildings with energy efficiency, renewable energy, and water management systems. After the state set up the Virginia CPACE Authority earlier this year, our city simply has to opt in to the statewide program to open up CPACE opportunities in Charlottesville. Let's do it. Green banks are public-private partnerships that promote investment in clean energy technologies by residents and business owners of a locality. In 2021, the General Assembly authorized all localities to set up their own green banks. These financial entities are seed-funded with public monies that draw in significant private capital, and they can be especially important to empowering low and moderate income residents to participate in the clean energy transition. Earlier this year, Congress authorized $27 billion of funding for green banks, with disbursement of funds required to begin in the first half of 2023. $7 billion of that money is available for states, municipalities, and tribal governments. To capture these funds, Charlottesville must first establish a green bank. Recently, when I've spoken to the city's climate staffers, they've indicated that they do not have the bandwidth to pursue initiatives like creation of a green bank. Indeed, the recently published Charlottesville Climate Action Plan notes the importance of additional staffing to take plan ideas and translate them into real developments. I hope that you will work with city management to ensure that proper staffing is in place to allow our community to capture more than our fair share of the clean energy financing opportunities that lie before us. Happy holidays, and I'll speak with you again after the new year.
Mr. Groves, could I just ask you a question? Do you know, because I looked into green bank financing a couple of months ago, and what I was told, whether it's true or not, I don't know, but what I was told was that there is a certain critical mass of a size of a green bank operation for it to make sense, for it to sustain the overhead, whatever it takes. Do you have any sense of what that would be?
I couldn't give you a specific answer this evening. What I would tell you is that with the just finished academic semester, I had 2 of my students write their final papers on green banks in preparation of helping the city. I was in touch with Crystal Rittervold about this, so I'll be taking their notes and I'll add that question. I just finished turning in final grades, so in the quiet time here, yeah. In the quiet time over the next few weeks, I'll process what the students have written. I'll be in touch with Crystal and others, and I'll make a note.
I'd love to see what
I'll make a
what
note
they've
to
come
get
up
that specific type of information. So anytime you have specific questions like that, shoot them my way, and I'll try to help. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, sir,
Yeah.
quick follow-up. You used the acronym at the beginning, I think.
CPACE.
CPACE, is
Yeah.
that?
Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy.
Okay, thank you.
And that was authorized by the General Assembly in 2009, updated by 2015. The thing that just recently happened earlier this year is that instead of the locality having to set up their own CPACE, the state has now set up a statewide authority. So it saves the locality the legwork, the staffing. And so again, I'll be honest, I don't know all the details, but I'd be happy to work with the city to try to get the details. What would be involved in the city opting in to the state-established CPACE program.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, do we have anybody online who would like to speak to us?
Yes, Mayor Snook, we have one raised hand. Robin Hoffman is joining us.
All right, Ms. Hoffman?
You are on with council.
Everybody, happy holidays. I want to say that I went to the Grand Illumination. I had a table there for CPA TV or Charlottesville Community, CC Community, Charlottesville Community Media Center. Sorry, David. And I talked to a lot of people, and everybody's very excited about Charlottesville Public Access TV and the idea of it. So I want to say that, and then also they're going to be airing this live, I think, on CPA TV and also Channel 29. Every year they do that Christmas morning, I think it is. And so, and it's really wonderful. A couple of years since I've been here, I've watched it. Also, I went to the Chamber of Commerce party, and I met everybody there for the first time, like in person, got to talk to them a little more than just on this Zoom call. But in any case, I want to say that I finally became a neighborhood representative since October 5th. We've been trying to get signage for our little community here in East High and also Caroline Avenue. And beyond, I've been trying to get signage because we've had fatalities on our block. We've had chickens killed and cats who, we have racing cars through Fairway, Caroline, and all that. Anyway, so finally I became the neighborhood representative because people were dragging their feet to get us some signage. And so apparently Brennan Duncan is going to, he received from me at least 10 permit applications, and we hope we're going to get signage for like safe kids, this, that, and the other thing, all over the place, because we really do have a traffic problem, believe it or not. And also, I'm just concerned because I saw the post put up by the AT&T on East High for bus stop, and there's no sidewalk. I mean, are you actually pulling the bus over to the sign that says bus stop, and there's no sidewalk? I mean, I'm just wondering if you guys are paying attention to what's going on there, and can we please start putting the signage up, and have happy holidays. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Is there anyone else present in the room who would like to speak to us? Okay, let's go to, is there anybody else online?
Yes, Mayor Snook, we now have Josh Cron.
All right, Mr. Cron?
You are on with council. And you will need to unmute. It seems that Josh is still muted on his end. We can come back to him. Stuart Walton is next, also with a raised hand.
All right. Mr.
Stuart,
Walton?
you are on with council.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of questions. Everything that I'd like to speak to would be involving the Mountain View PUD. So I know 2 weeks ago when we met, I think it's Sina McGill, I believe is how you pronounce her name, spoke to the fact that the Planning Commission had not heard about this development since they voted to deny it. And she just didn't want to infer as to what their decision may or may not be. So I'd like to go into details about that, if you guys may, when that topic comes up. And then also as far as the sidewalk proposal on River Vista Avenue. So my residence would be Obviously, on River Vista, a portion of it that does not currently have sidewalk, and then the proposed road that would go down toward the development is right. The city-owned empty lot is right beside me as well. So I'm curious as to if and when that sidewalk goes in, is that going to be sticking out onto what's currently the street that would then narrow the street even further, or will that sidewalk go into our yards? And has that been, I have gotten no information from anyone in this development regarding if they're going to be putting a sidewalk in my yard. So I was just kind of curious as to that process, what you do to current landowners that you're then building on their land, and just kind of the steps that's taken in that process. That's really all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Anybody else online?
Josh Cron still has his hand raised. We will try again.
All right.
Josh, you are on with council and you will need to unmute. Mayor Snook, I'm afraid he is still muted on his end.
Okay. Is there anybody else online?
There are no additional hands.
Anybody else in the chamber here who would like to speak to us? All right, so we will close this is the first of the opportunities for community matters, and we will have a second opportunity at the end of the meeting. So let's see, we have a public hearing and resolution of an appropriation to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget. Mr. Cullinan, you're presenting this?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Chris Cullinan, the city's director of finance. This item is a public hearing and resolution of appropriation to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget, first of two readings. This item is also referred to as the FY22 year-end appropriation. As you heard at your last meeting, the audit for FY 2022 has been completed, and the city's auditors have given us a clean opinion on the financials that we are reporting and have recorded for that year. And so to close out the fiscal year, we need to make a series of adjustments, some bookkeeping type of items, including funds that are in excess of the city's 17% fund balance policy in the general fund. And so the item this evening, the appropriation amending this year's budget, are the carryover funds, the surplus as it were, from FY22 in the general fund, which ended $22,917,915.01 in excess of the 17% fund balance policy. And I'll briefly just cover kind of how we got there over the course of that fiscal year. We've discussed this with you all over the last year or so, but now we've completed the year, I can put a little bit more of the picture together. And really, the foundations for the FY22 budget was being laid almost 2 years ago as we speak. It was the first winter of COVID in late 2020, early 2021. Vaccines were just becoming available to first responders and essential workers. COVID restrictions and closures were in full effect with no clear time frame in place as to when they might be lifted. And it was against this uncertain background that the city adopted a very conservative status quo budget for fiscal year 2022 with modest growth of only 0.5%. But as the fiscal year began in July of 2021, vaccines were becoming more readily available, restrictions and closures were being lifted, and the economy reopened and rebounded with several of the city's larger, more economically sensitive revenue sources performing significantly better than expected. Overall, general fund revenues performed $14.3 million above budget, with some of the top budget performers being real estate taxes at a little over $5 million over budget, meals tax at $3.1 million, sales and use at about $2.6 million, lodging taxes at $2.2 million over budget, personal property at $2.2 as well, and finally business licenses performing $1.7 million better than expected. And so on the expenditure side, city operations and facilities were limited during that fiscal year. We, in fact, tried to reopen twice that year, but did not due to the Delta and Omicron variants and outbreaks and spikes in cases. And so over the course of that year, we had significant savings in terms of salary and benefits from vacancies, primarily in police, parks and recreation, and public works. We also had about $2.1 million left over from the previous year surplus that went unused towards mid-year salary adjustments. To be clear, everybody received those adjustments. It's just that we were able to cover those within the existing budget from that year, did not need to tap those additional sources. Also, some of our transfers to the Comprehensive Services Act and the Department of Social Services were significantly under budget by about $1 million in total. And so when you add all of that up and then net out what we're required to have on hand in terms of our 17% fund balance policy, you arrive at the $22.9 million of surplus funds available for reallocation. And so staff has several recommendations for council's consideration, and I've grouped these into three categories to help us talk about these. The first is, as you'll recall during your budget considerations for this year's budget, council, there was a consensus to use approximately $11.5 million of that, or about 50% of that, for a number of items. The city manager has made some recommendations for uses totaling about $4.7 million. And then finally, the balance of the $22.9 million, less those two items, we're recommending be transferred to the Capital Improvement Contingency Fund, which is one of our financial management policies, totaling about $6.7 million. At this point, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask for your guidance. I can go into each of these recommendations in a little bit more detail if you would like. It'll take a few minutes, or would you like to proceed with the public hearing? What would you prefer?
Councilors, what's your preference?
I have questions on the list if that.
Well, why don't we take the questions that we have rather than you just reading off things, many of which we may not need to hear about again. Fire away.
Great, and hopefully Mr. Sanders is on the line as well. Yeah. So the SAFER grant match. Can someone help me remember what that's for? I know that this was something for the fire department.
Those personnel that were we provided grants, and those funds were, I think, through 22 or the first half of 23.
Okay.
And this allocation is to continue funding those. I think was it 15 positions?
I believe that's right.
Originally it was 12, maybe it went up.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
But the idea was that it would give the fire department a full medic capability.
Right.
And how much longer do we have to do this, or what's the time frame? I mean, at some point it just becomes part of salary?
It becomes a part of their base budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this amount helps us, for lack of a better term, ease those costs into our operating budget that we then eventually have to absorb.
Got it. Thank you. Items E, F, and G relative to school reconfiguration, and I'm sorry, this has been so long ago now, I'm having a hard time remembering, but basically these were commitments, these were proposals made to go ahead and sort of pay down the bonds. Was that the idea?
Correct. This gets us to a $54 million bond scenario, which, when in addition to cash, helps us get us to that first full amount in the CIP. And these funds we were setting aside to help, again, very similar to the SAFER grant, we have to build those into our ongoing budget and our ongoing expenses. And setting aside this cash helps us do that. I think Ms. Hamill is on the with us. She might be able to explain that in much better detail than I did.
No, that's perfect. Just a little bit of addition. If you recall in the debt table that we all dearly love, when we were working through possible scenarios of tax increases, we showed that roughly 3 years at 2 cents each was a little over $1.9 million. that would be required to get that base transfer up to the annual debt service transfer. And when we were meeting with our last work session with the 23 budget development, council discussed the possibility of taking the amount equivalent to 2 of those years and putting it in the debt service to help buy down some of the necessary transfer.
Got it. Fantastic. Thank you. I see the Meadow Creek Trail, Section 3 is on there, which I'm excited about. I'm hoping that Mr. Sanders or Mr. Rogers can, or maybe Mr. Payne can help me remember relative to the school, to the buses. So 2 additional buses, the Route 6 Equity Initiative of $1 million, and then CAT additional funding for 30-minute routes, $2 million. I guess the question I have, I'm just, there's been so much that's changed with CAT over the year and our overall plans in that respect. I'm assuming that these are still the appropriate investments to be made in those.
We believe so. We believe so.
Okay.
With respect to the Route 6 addition of buses to Route 6, when you look at the map and you saw that on this route, it was taking an hour. It was for that route, and those were working class people.
Right. Yep.
And frankly, the city manager said to the director of CAT, we can do better than that.
Right. Okay.
And what will it take? 2 more buses.
Right.
Okay. You know, to reduce it down to 30 minutes. So that's what that is about.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
I'm in full agreement with what you wrote. I think that I contacted you about a couple of things that I wanted to be considered for additional funding. One is, perhaps Parks and Rec may need some extra help with some of the litter that's in the city. It may be some overtime staff pay or something like that. Looking at some parkland for north of the city, there might be some property available for that. These are some things we can maybe look at for as we look at either at the strategic plan or the upcoming budget. But I'm in support of your recommendations for what to do with the surplus.
If I could return the other item here, the class and compensation study, one-time use of $2 million. I think that's fantastic.
Yes.
I'm glad that you're including that.
Yeah.
Okay. Michael, any questions? Or this is really questions for Mr. Cullen at this point?
Yeah, I guess just a few questions. One, when it comes to the class and compensation study, the one-time uses, I still don't quite understand what those one-time uses are. Is it just similar to that SAFER grant funding? Is this supposed to ease into increasing the operational expenses that we anticipate, or is this for consultant work?
No, this is not for consulting work. We already allocated the funds for the compensation study. That was $685,000 or something like that. But the study will result in some needed improvements in our overall pay plan in order to be more competitive, with the marketplace. Don't know what that will be, don't know what the gap is, but we know it's going to, we put in the $2 million to make sure that we can be responsive to making some of the changes that will need to be made in order to bring some of the positions up to market rate.
So in other words, it's just to prepare for expected salary increases?
Right.
Okay. The Meadow Creek golf course, I understand, this is for a loan. I guess what is the operational impact if that loan is not available to the Meadow Creek Golf Course?
Well, it's an enterprise fund. We own it. And if we own the golf course, there are improvements that need to be made from time to time. Right now, there is no cash flow that they have. So this loan will enable them to make the needed improvements to the course so they can keep people coming and they can generate the revenue needed to be at least a break-even or a profitable enterprise fund.
Mm-hmm. And then for the transfer to the Capital Improvement Contingency Fund, because it's kind of a vague question, but is that basically just helping us to afford what is already in our CIP?
Chrissy, you want to take that?
I think it's a couple of things. One is, first of all, it's part of our financial management policies that it actually states that any amount above and beyond the 70% would go to the CIP. So, but that's also understanding that there are competing needs and other strategic opportunities we want to take. And so, again, we consider the surplus to be one-time monies, and we look for one-time uses. But in terms of this specific amount, I would say there were two thoughts in mind. One is we're obviously in some pretty strong inflationary headwinds at this point. The CIP that the Planning Commission has been discussing, and that you will eventually be taking up, we've been able to accommodate some of those inflationary increases within that CIP, but we don't know what the future holds in terms of that inflationary pressure. And so these funds obviously can help with that going forward. There's also, as we consider this amount, there are several agencies in which we're partners that have some fairly significant capital improvements coming as well, such as the jail being one. The Ravenna Solid Waste Authority has a baler project that the city will contribute to. And so knowing that there might be these capital requests as well, again, these funds might be tapped for that as well. Christy, I'm not sure if you wanted to add anything or add your thoughts to that.
No, I think you got it. I think this kind of keeps in line with our discussion with the Planning Commission last week. As you know, the current draft of the CIP contemplates using around $9 million that's in the contingency for the things that Chris just mentioned. For example, to help offset some inflationary increases on existing projects. And I think by putting this money in the contingency, it also gives council some flexibility and opportunities to address some things that may come up during the year that we aren't yet aware of.
Mm-hmm. So basically to help with inflation or additional things added to the CIP, but this number is not based on any specific calculated need within the current CIP.
Correct. It's really what's left over from the full 22.9 less those two categories that I mentioned. This is the remainder of that.
Mm-hmm. And one final question. I've asked this before, but there's $1 million for a new city manager fund. What's going on there? What is that?
If you recall, during the budget discussion, I think council agreed that once you get a new city manager, you want to have them to have some flexibility to make investments that they need. And also it was stated that that might be one of the incentives that would attract candidates for the position. But look at it as an opportunity for a transformational fund. That new city manager comes in, has some ideas about how to move the government forward, and may want to make some investments. And that was the thought behind it, and I think that it's still worth preserving.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, one final question, real final question. The $700,000 for the Meadow Creek Trail, was that priority based on any kind of calculation within the city in terms of prioritizing pedestrian infrastructure projects?
Sam, Mr. Saunders, want to answer that?
It was not actually worked on as a part of a prioritization project. However, it was a project that had partial funding. We were able to get a second batch of partial funding that did not complete the entire gap. And because the project had been sitting stalled for quite some time, the thought was to try to figure out how we could potentially have council close that gap before actually losing those funds that we were able to secure. We received 2 separate grants, and one grant from VDOT actually was rescinded because we were not able to move, but we were able to get a secondary backup to it. And now we have 2 grants that are actually, at this time, the window is already open, and we need the additional funds to close. These funds would actually be that to allow the project to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's all I have.
The only thing I wanted to ask about is we've allocated, I remember council had decided on the 10 things you identified there, roughly $11 million, and then we've now got 9 additional things that are city manager recommendations for one-time uses of roughly $4.7 million. That $4.7 million is not anything that we had discussed when we passed the budget back in April. Is that correct? These are all new demands,
yes,
essentially.
That's correct.
The Pathways Fund here, we're putting $575,000 into it. What's the current state of that fund for this fiscal year? How much did we allocate? How much have we spent? Do we know?
Do you have that, Chrissy?
So I can speak to it generally. I can tell you what we know is that I believe we funded that at about $700,000 so far this year, or maybe I have it reversed. Do we have 700 or 500 in this appropriation? I'm sorry.
500.
This says 575.
575. Yep.
Yeah, so this, the amount that's in this appropriation is what we expect to get us through. So that's just a little under 1.3, if I'm doing the math correctly.
Right.
And that is basically a projection based on the current monthly payouts that are being requested and needed. And also as sort of a precursor to discussion for what we would do in the 24 budget, because as you know, or as you may recall, there's currently just about a little over $85,000 in the base budget budgeted for Pathways, and we have significantly increased that funding using this one-time federal dollars. And so that will definitely be a discussion and a consideration for council as to what level that funding continues in 24 and beyond.
So if I remember correctly, it was basically $85,000 a year for a few years before I came on council in 2020. And then in 2020, we added significantly to it because of COVID coming, and we anticipated we would have greater needs. And so we've basically gone from $85,000 in the first year to, I think it was about $385,000 by the end of that fiscal year. And then now it looks like we're up over 1.2 million, 1.3 million a year.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And the 575, as it points out, gets us through June.
Yeah.
Because right now, at the current rate of expenditure, they would run out of money, I think, at the end of February, something like that.
And Mayor, I asked the question earlier over email because I was curious. The specific amount is the remaining balance is $328,675, and then last year the total dispersals were $657,000. So it roughly kind of helps us get to the next year.
Yeah. Okay.
It continues at that pace.
And I'm sorry to ask this question. I have a sense of what the Pathways Fund is for. Could someone fill that in a little more for me?
Ashley, you want to talk about that?
Yes, sir. Councilor Pinkston, the Pathways Fund is a fund that supports individuals in our community who find themselves with some hardships dealing with rent and utilities. It provides a maximum of $3,000 per fiscal year, as well, and then provides about $1,000 a month. So an individual who may just have some trouble bridging the gap for rent, they can call Pathways and find some assistance with that. Same with some utilities. Right now, if it is, Mr. Cullinan, please keep me honest, if it is a water bill, I believe there is some state funding that may be available. But if it's, for example, electrical bill right now, Pathways would still provide that. And when that funding for water runs out, Pathways would go back to providing that support.
Thank you. And is this run through what group in the city?
Department of Human Services, sir.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
All right. So at some point, we've got to get to the public hearing piece of this. So let's move on to that next. I'll now open the public hearing. Mr. Dillahunt, we're ready for the first speaker. Do we have a speaker online who would like to speak to this budgetary item?
Mayor Snook, there are currently no raised hands.
Anyone there?
I'm sorry, Mayor Snook, there are currently no raised hands.
All right. Anybody in the room here who would like to speak to this issue? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. So this is an item that we're being asked to carry the item to the January 3rd meeting for the second reading and vote. Anything we need to talk about before we decide what to do with that?
Well, I may be alone in it. I think overall there's a lot of positive things in it, a lot of operational expenditures. Quite frankly, I don't think we have a choice but to make. But I still think when it comes to our ARPA and our surplus funds, we're not quite there in terms of realizing the kind of transformative impact we can have with these one-time funds. Specifically, I guess, I would like to see in combination of surplus and ARPA some kind of seeding money for basically land acquisition on the part of the city. I think ideally for affordable housing. I think our housing authority is going to have some transformative opportunities available to it. We don't know what kind of opportunities there could be related to homelessness. Less important, there could potentially be acquisition opportunities for additional parklands for the city. So anyway, I would just love to see that kind of priority, and I would put that above perhaps the city manager's fund, and maybe not all, but a little bit of the money going to the CIP contingency fund, just because some of these opportunities aren't going to be available forever. So that's kind of where I'm at overall. I think, again, there's a lot of positive stuff, but I think we could be having a bit of a bigger impact for the community, particularly on housing.
So if we put money in the CIP contingency fund and then one of these public housing opportunities comes up, any reason we can't go to the contingency fund and use it for this previously, if not entirely unforeseen, but at least undeveloped opportunity, right?
Correct. Yes, funds could be used for that.
So all we're really doing by putting $6.6 million into the capital improvement contingency fund is to say that if we've got a capital project coming down the road that we're going to need some money for, there's $6.6 million that we could, in theory, access because we haven't spent it someplace else.
That in combination with the city manager's fund balance, and I know in some of our ARPA allocations we had allocated to unallocated buckets, I guess. And I would agree that all those opportunities are there, so we have some options. I just worry if they're not earmarked for something specific, they can kind of find their way to other things. But as long as we're able to take advantage of those opportunities, that's the most important thing to me.
Am I right that if something goes into the capital improvement contingency fund, it doesn't come out of that fund without a vote of council?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not going to just sort of disappear unless we allow it to disappear. Now, obviously, that's a caution we need to keep in mind. But
And was that the case with our ARPA allocations?
every ARPA allocation we had to vote on, right?
But when we
Correct.
technically allocated to a fund that remains unallocated, does that come back for us for a vote for each of those? Like, for example, there was a economic development bucket. I think there was another bucket, which were just kind of like general accounts, but without anything specific earmarked.
Correct. The intention was to, when specific projects make themselves known, we will come back to you to get your, to inform you and to get your approval to move it into those specific pots, yes.
Okay, well, that's all I have. I imagine, as the budget cycle goes on, we'll have a lot of conversation about those different buckets, but,
So what do you think, consent or action item?
I'm fine with consent.
Obviously, if we have a consent item, we can always pull it if we have something actually to talk about.
I think Michael, what do you think? It seems like you'd be interested in more conversation on some of those.
well, I'd be interested in more conversation, but if there's not a majority agreeing with me to change anything, that'll be what it,
Well, I mean, I'll
what
just
it
say,
is.
to me, the idea of the contingency fund is, we have a lot of people, a lot of ideas that have been floated around in the last month, 2 months, 3 months, that have not crystallized. We're not ready to have them crystallize yet, and part of the reason for putting this money in the contingency fund is that when we get around to crystallizing it, we will be able to reach out and say, okay, that's available to us. So I doubt that we will have anything crystallized in the next 2 weeks.
But you're also speaking of like the city manager allowance, right? That's something that you have.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, and I'm sure we'll have more conversation during the budget cycle, both about that and the ARPA allocations. I just think when we start to look at some of the opportunities in front of us, at least for me, I'm anticipating that there may be priorities that jump above that are kind of limited in terms of our time that we can take advantage of those opportunities. But in any case.
Okay, so repeat the question. Consent agenda, you're okay with the consent agenda?
I am, yeah.
I am, I'll be able to look and see what the changes based on, if staff makes any based on our comment, so.
Okay.
Well, I'd like more discussion, but I think that discussion will matter more between now and when it's on the agenda next, as opposed to discussion at the next meeting.
Okay, so let's put it on the consent agenda, and again, if something crystallizes, we can bring it off. All right?
And along the lines of what Councilor Payne just mentioned, I would love to get an update at some point relative to our ARP money or the other grants that we've received, and where we stand in terms of how those have been allocated, and the time frame we have in which to allocate them. I'm sure, Mr. Cullen, and you're keeping spreadsheets of all these things. I'd love to get an update at some point, even informally.
And I will just go ahead. Sorry.
I can do that. We're actually getting ready. The federal U.S. Treasury requires a report every quarter, and so at the close of this month will be the close of the second quarter of the fiscal year, and so I'll have a report due to them. So I'll make sure that you receive that information, updating on what has been spent. You obviously know what's been appropriated to date, but then they also want to know what's been spent. So I'll update you then. And then just as a reminder, in terms of the time frame, we have 2 more years, 2 more calendar years to obligate the funds, to encumber them, and then 2 years after that to actually spend them. So we do have some time, but there's some fairly large initiatives that we have in mind, and so we're getting those underway and continue to move on them.
Thank you.
And I will just say as a final thought, following my criticisms, as I do want to highlight, I think there's a lot of really positive, transformative investments as well, particularly in public transportation, making school reconfiguration feasible. So I don't want to be all negative, but
The other thing that I would just like to say, when people say, oh my goodness, how can you possibly have a $22 million surplus? And the answer is, I was sort of reflecting back on it, once COVID hit, our financial team really went above and beyond the call of duty in finding ways to economize and to hold the line and to not spend anything we didn't absolutely have to spend, starting with Dr. Richardson's decision 2.5 years ago to basically freeze the budget, and then Chip Boyles did essentially the same thing last year. But Ms. Hamill, Mr. Cullinan, Jason Vandiver, our treasurer, Todd Divers, Commissioner of the Revenue, have really done a great job over the last few years. I'm looking around at places, other parts of the country, where they're talking about all of the financial hardships that they've had through COVID and coming out of COVID, and they're in nowhere near as good a shape as we are in.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to carry that over on the consent agenda. Our next item for a public hearing is for private drainage easements at 2100 Avon Court. Ms. Robertson? Is this you?
Yes, it is. I'm on my way. All right. Good evening, everyone. For this agenda item, a private developer is asking the city to grant it some drainage easements across property owned by the city having an address of 2100 Avon Court that is located in Albemarle County. The construction of the industrial building in Albemarle County is subject to the county's zoning ordinance and development codes. But in order for them to be able to complete the improvements that are going to be required on their county site plan, the developer needs these easements. And so, as noted in your agenda materials, anytime the city disposes of any portion of its interest in city-owned property, whether in whole, an outright sale, or simply granting some sort of easement or right of use, City Council has to have a public hearing, and depending on the length of the proposed easement and the terms of it, you may also have to go through a bid process. Because this particular easement is a lengthy one, it's for more than 5 years, City Council is required to invite people to submit a bid if they want to compete for the right to have an easement across this property. It seems a little bit of a strange process, but that's what the code requires. So there's been a notice and an advertisement. So what City Council needs to do is open a public hearing on this matter, specifically invite any persons who may have public comments, but also any persons who may wish to offer alternative bids to present them during the public hearing. And once the public hearing is closed, the mayor will declare the bidding closed. And then if no bids have been received, City Council can go ahead and make a final decision on the requested easement. You'll notice that there is a proposed ordinance in your agenda packet that if you should decide to grant the requested easements, the ordinance sets out the terms under which that will be proposed. And you'll also note that under the recommendations section of your agenda memo, there is a suggested motion that you can use to approve the ordinance if that turns out to be your decision this evening. So if you're ready to move towards the public hearing, Mayor, you can open the public hearing and invite both public comment and any bids, and then we can get this item resolved.
All right. Any councilors have any clarifying questions for Ms. Robertson? Okay. Failing that, I will now open the public hearing both for comment and for alternative bids. If anyone wishes to make an alternative bid for the right to have an easement across this property. Anybody here wishing to speak on this matter? Anybody online wishing to speak on the matter?
Mayor Snook, I see no raised hands.
All right, so I will now close the public hearing and close the bidding, and is no longer open for alternative bids. Are there any comments from councilors?
No.
So is there agreement to carry the item to the January 3rd meeting for a second reading and vote?
Can we do consent?
Sure.
Consent agenda? Is there any
Consent?
objection to that?
You okay?
I'm all right with that.
Okay, consent agenda. There we go, thank you. And then the other public hearing, also for an easement, is a temporary aerial easement at 1223 and 1225 Harris Street. Ms. Robertson?
Yes, for this particular item, there is a proposed development within the city at the address that you just read, 1223 to 1225 Harris Street. And the development proposes construction of an apartment building. And to do that, there's going to be a need for a temporary tower crane. And when that crane is operating, the area over which it'll be operating will extend over and into city-owned right-of-way for public streets. So in your agenda materials, there is a proposed ordinance, and if you should choose to approve this aerial easement, there will be a plat that is prepared to go along with a proposed temporary deed of easement. And because this particular property use is proposed for a period of less than 5 years, you do not need to use a bid process. You simply need to have a public hearing, and then you may make a decision about how to continue it over for the second reading.
Okay. Councilors have any questions for Ms. Robertson?
Just, I guess, a kind of a broad one. Why 5 years? Is that sort of like a break point in the code? If it's more than 5 years, I mean, I heard you mention the piece about bidding, but are they going to be doing construction for up to 5 years? I mean, is there?
So what I did with this, typically temporary easements and construction projects aren't long-term easements. And so I think that a period of less than 5 years should be sufficient for this proposed development, and it does avoid having to do the special advertisement and bid process because the code specifies that allowing private parties the right to use your property for a period in excess of 5 years does require the extra procedural requirements. But what can happen is if you get to the end of that maximum 5 year period and the developer says, we haven't been able to complete the construction yet, we're going to need a new temporary construction easement, you can do it again and grant it for a period of less than 5 years a second time around with city council approval. So 5 years is sort of a magic number in terms of procedural requirements, but it really should be plenty of time for the development to occur.
And if they say they finish their project in 3.5 years, does the easement go away when that? Is it like tied into the building permit?
What we have said in the ordinance is that the easement will commence on the date that a building permit is issued for the construction of the city's edge apartments, and it will extend not more than 5 years from the date of the issuance of that building permit. So if the construction is completed in fewer than 5 years, it will simply end when it's no longer needed, but it will extend for not more than 5 years. And what I'll do is in the or what our office will do is in the deed of temporary easement will include provisions as to how to document a shorter term than 5 years if construction is completed.
Yeah, because I see from the date of issuance of building permit, but I don't see something referencing the certificate of use and occupancy at the end of the project. Maybe that's a way to.
Yeah, we would probably terminate it sooner than that, but I just haven't had a chance to get with the developer's attorney to identify what piece of paper will, or when the need for the crane will end. The crane will probably be able to go away sometime before a certificate of occupancy is issued. So I'll work that out, and we will put that end date in the deed of easement itself.
Okay.
But this sets an outer limit on the time period consistent with what the code requires.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Other questions? All right, so let's open it up for public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to this question of the aerial easement? See nobody. Is there anyone online who would like to speak to this?
Mayor Snook, there are no raised hands.
Okay, so with no speakers, the public hearing is now closed. Council, any comments?
Not beyond what I've already shared.
So do we have agreement to carry the item to the January 3rd meeting for a second reading and the vote then?
Consent agendas.
Consent agenda?
Yeah.
Consent agenda it is. Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Let's see, now we come to the Mount View PUD. Carrie Rainey to present. Ms. Rainey, are you with us?
I am. Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Looks like I might have frozen again. Oh, again there. Carrie Rainey, planner with Neighborhood Development Services. Just as a reminder, Shimp Engineering, acting as the agent for the property owners, has submitted a rezoning application seeking to change the zoning classification of the subject properties from R2 to PUD, or planned unit development. The PUD development plan proposes up to 72 dwelling units at an approximate density of 22 dwelling units per acre. The area designated as Block 1 will continue to house the Mount View Baptist Church and may include up to 12 residential dwelling units, daycare facilities, consumer services, businesses, retail uses, art studios, and outdoor parks. 60 multifamily residential units within 6 structures currently proposed within Block 2. City Council discussed the zoning map amendment at their December 5th meeting. Subsequent to that discussion, the applicant has revised their offered affordability period to be 99 years, in line with the recommendations of the draft inclusionary zoning analysis. We also wanted to note tonight that there are a few clerical issues in the ordinance within your packet. Specifically, there are a few references to the Park Street planned unit development, or PUD, which should be updated to the Mount View planned unit development, or PUD. 1133 Otter Street is incorrectly noted as 113 Otter Street, and at one point St. Clair Avenue has an E at the end of Clair. That should be removed. Also to note again, a sidewalk waiver for the development is also before council tonight. The applicant has indicated they would like to defer action on this waiver until further exploration is completed. However, I'll ask that the applicant team confirm this deferral request when council is ready to move forward with the sidewalk waiver. And I'm happy to answer any questions or provide further information that was provided at the December 5th meeting if that's useful.
I didn't understand the second piece about the sidewalk waiver.
Yeah.
They're deferring on it.
Just that.
They're deferring the request for a sidewalk waiver, and I gather there are further negotiations and further discussions about some things still to be had.
Okay, on that piece.
Okay.
So that's not before us tonight.
Okay.
Any questions for Ms. Rainey?
Yeah, I guess to you or to the, we'll start with you and then see if the applicant wants to answer. We received what I think is some good feedback. I'm trying to pull it up now. These are from people in the neighborhood, not all of whom were against the project, but they had, questions. I asked this last time, and I'm just having a hard time remembering. Stormwater management, is that happening on site? Or is that still to be determined?
The applicant will be required to meet all of our state regulations through the site plan process at the point in time when they move forward to that. I'll let the applicant speak to any details in terms of what they're currently proposing on site.
Okay. And then it would just be helpful to know the thinking about using, as opposed to having the new entrance that goes north onto River Vista, the idea of accessing, I guess, the second block through the church site. That would be something I'd be interested in hearing a little more about.
Sure, that was an item that was brought forth at the community meeting. I'll let the applicant answer why or why not they may have considered that as an option.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
We have a representative of the applicant here. Maybe we can get the answer right now.
Sure. Justin Shimp, with Shimp Engineering, engineer for the project. On stormwater, we have to do, there's two components, of the quality and a quantity, so how much you would flood property versus kind of the quality of the water it leaves. We're required to do 100% of the detention or quantity on site.
Okay.
There's a mix. It probably ends up being a portion on site and off site of water quality, but we aren't there yet. But that's, the code allows both options.
Okay.
And then as to the road, we looked at a few different options early on, but there's actually that public street stub out from River Vista was platted with the original platting, and we initially tried to kind of avoid going that way, but the traffic engineer, the city actually really told us that we should consider that and required a second point of connection there just to get better circulation of the development. So that was really the origin. It was platted as access to the property back 50 years or more ago. And so we kept that with the recommendation of the traffic engineer to have multiple points of connectivity.
I guess you could have that second point of connectivity through the church site, theoretically.
That was looked at. I think the church was hesitant to reconfigure their parking lot substantially as part of that. And I think site access and grading and layout wise, it did work better to go up to the River Vista location.
And that was platted for a street originally anyway, it sounds like.
Correct. It was platted as the access, a public sort of access to our parcel.
Got it. Okay.
So while you're here, sir, that was my question about, and maybe you answered this before, about the pedestrian access from the River Vista. I thought, as I recall, the grading was substantially different there. Will that be able to be addressed, both vehicular and pedestrian access from the site via River Vista?
Yes, we have. Maybe the confusion was initially we didn't have a complete sidewalk connection at the Planning Commission public hearing, so pedestrians could get out to River Vista, but there was a break getting over to the bus stop or wherever else you wanted to go, and so our amended proffer kind of completed the pedestrian connectivity.
It's coming back now, yeah.
Between the Planning Commission public hearing and the first reading here at Council. So yes, that will meet all the required standards for connectivity for vehicles and pedestrians from River Vista up into the neighborhoods, and like to the bus stop, I think would be the main pedestrian connection, which is up River Vista and to the right a short distance.
And the new sidewalk will take people all the way over to St. Clair.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's what I have.
Okay.
Yes, largely echo the questions Councilor Pinkston asked from the neighborhood. I guess I'm curious in more detail, what are you contemplating for stormwater management?
We'll definitively have some sort of underground storage system, which essentially the stormwater from the neighborhood is routed into a series of tanks and stored and detained and released. That's pretty standard. And then if the soils are suitable, we do an infiltration type system, which essentially allows your first flush of runoff, which contains some of the pollutants, to soak into the soils. That's a preferred treatment. The issue with that is we really don't know until we get into site planning and actually going out and boring holes if the soils are suitable for that. It's a pretty substantive process to go through. But that's our first choice if a sort of technical criteria allows that. And then otherwise we would insert a few little rain gardens or things of that nature, and then we'd have to buy credits for the residue of that in a stormwater quality sense.
Mm-hmm. No, and I understand and appreciate the ambiguity. I just think on-site would be much preferable, especially given the proximity to the Rivanna. The only other questions from neighbors, one of the things they highlighted was the issue of a buffer along River Vista. I know this has been discussed a little in the past, but you could go over what you're thinking about in terms of that buffer between the development and the existing houses along River Vista.
Sure, let me call Kelsey up to make sure I have the facts. That's exactly right. But essentially, we do have a proposed landscape buffer between the back of our houses and the houses on River Vista. And you have the exact specifications on that?
I believe, well, at one point, we moved the proposed building footprints further back off of the houses of River Vista, so we did increase that buffer we have there. We also have a proffered fence improvement, so a combination of a screening fence and landscaping to go between those existing residences that front on River Vista and the proposed development.
And are you planning new trees being planted? Because quite frankly, I think that is the best buffer there is.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's part of the component that we're planning. I believe in our application plan we had spec'd an S2 type screening buffer, so the city has S1, S2, S3, and so for the most part all of those screening buffers are some type of mixture of shrubs, trees, ornamentals, etc.
Mm-hmm. And the only other question that the neighbors sent us, which is an interesting, strange one, but I guess they highlighted there's a fallout shelter on the line between this project and the Bank of America, which they were curious, of any kind of research or acknowledge it as a strange site. My understanding is that's correct, that that's not on this property in any way?
That's correct, yeah. It's on the Bank of America property. So
Yeah.
it's certainly interesting. Very
But it's not really a
interesting
question for
the
you all.
correct.
Okay, that's all I had from what they had outlined to us, in addition to the question about the ingress and egress. I would second Councilor Pinkston's questions. And just to confirm, the changes to the proffer when it comes to housing, you've outlined 99 years, 60% AMI, and either 7 units or 10% of total units constructed.
Yes, so seven units is 10% of the 72 max build out. So it's 7 units to be constructed by the 59th dwelling unit. So it could end up being larger than 10% of a commitment.
Right. Okay, those are all the questions I had.
I have to say, I was fascinated to see that. I didn't know it was a nuclear bomb shelter or whatever, but it was, and I've been in a number of places in Charlottesville where there was construction around 1960, 1961, where, you would not know there was a bomb shelter in the backyard, for example, and this is another
I think
example
the
like that.
strangest one, there's a fallout shelter in the bottom of the rugby house, if you're familiar with that one in rugby. Yeah. But I don't know how that got there, but anyway.
Anyway, that's right. Okay.
I did have one other comment that I was going to mention later, but is actually maybe appropriate to mention now. Is I was going to talk about how I met with Lapizzo Kirtley with the county board supervisor, and she had mentioned that something that she would like to do in the county, and maybe we could look at it in the city, is that is to work with the master gardener to have those shrubberies be and plantings be native plants, and the master gardener, they are willing to assist in identifying those things instead of getting some ornamental, which could also be native, but it would be much better to get native plants in there, so anyway, if that's something that y'all could look at, because right now I don't think it's required but it's something I'm going to be asking staff to look at. But it may be something you can do now. It may not be an additional cost or anything, but will be part of the natural landscape that's already for this, native to this area.
Sure, and I mean, just in response to that, I think we find, and we have the opportunity to work on a lot of sites in Central Virginia, and natives do the best. And so, they've already built up pest resistance to native pests, and we. And I will also say, I guess, just as far as planting lists in Albemarle and Charlottesville, they are heavily populated with native planting options as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? The only comment I would make is that there are a number of things that were mentioned in the email that was forwarded to us with a number of the neighbors that are not really SUP condition kinds of things, but are nonetheless good ideas. And I don't think we should be in the business of making SUP conditions out of good ideas, but we can certainly say to you, you're going to have some good opportunities for solar panels on south-facing roofs. Can't be a condition that we can impose, but it's one that I hope that you all will exercise when you have the opportunity. There are other things like that that they've got, and some specific issues about how you're going to handle access, ingress, egress, and particularly during the construction process. That I think if there's a way that can be accommodated, it would, it struck me as being, hey, those are good ideas. I don't know that we can require it, but I hope you all will take advantage of some of their good ideas. And frankly, I would regard it as their goodwill. These are neighbors who want you all to provide good housing. They want you all to succeed. They want you all to do so in a way that obviously doesn't inconvenience them any more than it has to. But I know these folks, and I know that they want you to succeed. And anyway, I'll just add that my
Is
comment.
it safe to assume that they would have gotten this feedback directly through contacts in NDS, or do we need to make sure that happens?
We haven't seen this. Yeah, Kara, I was going to say, we haven't seen if a recent email went out, but most of the items that were brought up, we did have, some really good conversations and email exchanges with people in the Locust Grove Neighborhood Association. So
it seems like some of this was actually, this input was offered back in the spring even.
After the community meeting, yes. Yeah, I didn't know if there was a more recent email that came out, but a lot of the comments that have been made tonight were reflective of information and comments that were made after the community meeting.
Yeah. What I'm referring to is an email that we received a few weeks ago, and Councilor McGill forwarded it again today, just to make sure it was uppermost in our minds. It was signed by Catherine Buduris, Kristen and Joe Zakos, David Hirschman and Garnet Mellon, various other people who are neighbors. So you've probably seen it.
Yes.
You've probably seen those ideas. Anyway, I hope it all works out. I know last time around we had 2 votes over here were yeses, ready to go. 1 vote over here was, I want more affordability for a longer period of time. Do we have any other remaining issues? I say Councilor McGill, I talked to her today at some length about it all, and she was the one who was most interested in sending it back to the Planning Commission, but I think she's not pushing that at the moment. So.
Well, I'd say my largest remaining concern is around stormwater management. I think some of the buffer concerns will be best addressed with landscaping. I'm not sure what we can exactly do as a requirement there. The ingress and egress question, I mean, I think, quite frankly, I just don't know enough about the site or the conversations with the church to be able to say, what idea there is feasible or not. I could see advantages to it, but I guess it's not a deal breaker for me. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at. Is the biggest question mark in my mind is around the stormwater management, where on site would definitely seem preferable. But
this is another situation where, when you submit a proposal like this, it's often, we're basically saying conditioned upon submitting a detailed site plan.
Right.
And these are site planning issues rather than zoning issues, it seems to me.
And I would agree with that. I mean, that's my biggest concern, but for me, it's not a deal killer, I guess.
Yeah.
There's some uncertainty, and it's not, 100% perfect, but I think particularly with the additional terms of affordability, overall, I'm prepared to support the project. And I think when you look at the type of density and the location, I do think that while it is a bit of a change, it's definitely neighborhood scale, and is what is necessary to provide workforce housing. So I think there are a lot of just clear positives to it.
Somebody like to make a motion?
Sure. I move the ordinance approving a rezoning to authorize establishment of the Park Street PUD.
Not Park Street. That was one of the things.
Yeah.
They put.
The Mount View. The Mount View PUD. Okay, let me start over. I move the ordinance approving a rezoning to authorize establishment of the Mount View PUD, subject to proper development conditions within the area of the parcels of land located at 908 St. Clair Avenue, 113 Otter Street, 12.
That's also an error, by the way. 1132, was it?
1133.
Okay, 1133.
1133 Otter Street, 1221 Landonia Circle, and 1201 Landonia Circle. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
Any other discussion? Ms. Thomas, call the vote, please.
Councilor Payne?
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 4-0. The sidewalk waiver request is tabled for now, and we may hear from you again. Thank you. So that concludes most of what we've got, but we had moved the PCOB matters to the end here, and so now we come to the PCOB. We have both an ordinance, and the procedures to approve. And we didn't really have anybody designated to present them, but I noticed at one point Mr. Mendez was on the call. Mr. Mendez, are you with us and wanting to talk about what you're doing?
I am here. I'm assuming you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, and I don't think that I have much to add. I assume the reason why this has been moved in the agenda is because your desire to make those small changes.
Right. And just so the record will be clear, the two amendments that I had said, and these were triggered in large part by some comments by Harold Foley and the People's Coalition, and Mr. Mendez responded to Mr. Foley. In many cases, the answer was, it's in there in a slightly different place, you're fine. But there were two amendments that I thought that that I might suggest that would make clear for Mr. Foley's benefit exactly what we're doing. One is a statement that would be on page 104 of the materials, paragraph 2E, that would add the sentence, any evidentiary determination by the hearing examiner may be appealed to the full board, end quote. The second change on page 116 of the materials, paragraph N, would insert the phrase paragraph 3A of between the word with and the word the, just making it clear where that reference is. And I think that helps make clear the two of the issues that Mr. Foley was concerned about. I had, just so everybody will know, I had sent copies of my proposed changes to all counselors ahead of time, and so I'm not asking anybody to vote on something that I'm now springing on you for the first time tonight. So
do you need a motion to have the language you just mentioned
Inserted.
to
Right.
amend the text.
Right, and then we can vote, if there's a second, we can then vote on it.
So what you just read was the motion.
Yes.
I'll second it.
So so the chair is making the motion, why don't you be making the motion with the language that I read?
I have it up, I can go.
Okay.
I would move to include in the PCOB operating procedures on page 104, paragraph 2E, add, quote, any evidentiary determination by the hearing examiner may be appealed to the full board. And on page 116, paragraph N?
Yes.
Insert paragraph 3.a.of between with and the.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion?
Would just say to the larger question about the additional changes that were recommended, I think when I read through them, and I haven't discussed them, so maybe I'm missing something, none of them popped up to me, the things that really transform the core powers and functionality of the board. And as this gets off its feet and has experience, I imagine if something doesn't work, from our conversations, we're all open to revisiting it, but these amendments seem sufficient to me to have a really powerful, strong board that's ready to get started.
Right. So we actually have two things we have to approve. One is the operating procedures. And so we've got a motion. Second, do we have a second on the?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's take that vote. Ms. Thomas?
Councilor Payne?
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
That passes 4-0. And then on the ordinance itself, that was, this is the second reading, amending Chapter 2, Article 16. Can we have a motion on that?
I'm trying to find the text.
Yes, I would move to approve an ordinance amending and reenacting Chapter 2 Administration, Article XV1, Police Civilian Review Board.
All right, we got a motion. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Councilor Payne?
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
And that motion also passes 4-0. And let me say, I got an email from somebody saying, is council going to be open to more edits, more changes? And I said, what I would really like to hope will happen is that everybody will try it for a year. Let's see how it goes for a year. And if there are changes that year experience tells us we need to make, we're certainly open to making them. But one of the things that has been a source of some frustration, to me at least, has been that over the last few years, we've had so much energy devoted to arguing about aspects of the ordinance that the business of the PCOB, or PCRB it was before, didn't really move forward. So I'm hoping that it will move forward. We have written an ordinance. We have given the power to the PCOB in what I believe to be the most expansive set of powers of any ordinance in the state of Virginia. And I hope that it will get off the ground. We're going to have to hire a new executive director at this point. We'll be appointing some new members come January to start taking office March 1. I've got a lot of hopes that things will start to move forward on this because we've set up an ordinance with a lot of potential. So
I'd like to, if just very quickly, thank the council. Thank Ms. Robertson for the yeoman's work that she did in helping to pull the ordinance and the procedures together, as well as the board and the public who supported us with their involvement. And I echo Mayor Snook's hopes and desires that we can now, move forward with the business of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez. And I also want to acknowledge your persistence in this respect, too. We would not have gotten to this without an awful lot of not only persistence, but also goodwill and belief that this is the right way to be going. And you have led your group well, and more power to you, and hope it keeps working. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you do the vote on the operating procedures?
Yes.
I thought I just got that on the ordinance.
No, we did that also.
Okay, there was a vote on adding the language to the ordinance, or to the operating procedures.
I think you're correct. We voted on the amendment I introduced and then didn't vote on the ordinance itself.
Well, you voted on the,
Well, it was a first reading, so,
Right. Well-
first and only reading. If you want us to vote again, we can vote again. So as amended, do we have a motion to move the procedures as amended?
I move that we adopt the procedures as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Now we're going to take the vote?
Counselor Payne?
Yes?
Counselor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so are there other items for consideration? We have one resolution that's been brought to us that we have to take up.
Yes.
And Mr. Rogers, do you want to present this, or how do you want us to do this?
Well, I think you have the resolution. I mentioned earlier that we're losing our city attorney, and this resolution would authorize the city manager to make the adjustments needed for hiring an outside attorney where needed to assist in the office of the city attorney and the work that we have to do.
Okay. So would someone like to, I'll tell you, I'll just read the resolution. It says, be it resolved by the Charlottesville City Council that the city manager and any attorney serving as acting city attorney are hereby authorized upon their mutual agreement to retain outside legal counsel to assist the office of the city attorney with any pending litigation involving the city of Charlottesville or Charlottesville City Council, or with any matter requiring the provision of legal advice to the city government or city council, subject to the city manager's determination that funding is available for the services of such outside legal counsel. Be it further resolved that the city manager and any attorney serving as acting city attorney are hereby authorized to jointly execute on behalf of the city of Charlottesville an agreement in the nature of an engagement letter to engage outside legal counsel upon such terms and conditions as they deem in the best interest of the city. Can I have a motion to approve this resolution?
I move that we approve that resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Just for the public's benefit, I mean, do we just want to briefly discuss why this is necessary?
Sure. Well, as the city manager announced at the beginning of the meeting, and if you weren't paying attention early in the meeting, now's your opportunity. Our city attorney, Lisa Robertson, announced that she was going to be leaving us effective December 28th. And I will say, for just speaking for myself as an attorney, I have a great deal of respect for her professional competence. I have a great deal of admiration for her hard work and the sacrifice to her own personal life. One might even say, to a certain extent, mental health. Over the last few years, it's been a tough time to be in the city attorney's office. Yeah. And she has done a great service to us, and we will be lucky if we find somebody as competent as she.
Absolutely.
And this is just to help fill that gap in the interim.
That's
So
right.
we can continue working on the many balls we have in the air.
That's right. That's right.
So, did we vote on the resolution?
No,
we
we have
didn't.
a
No, we
motion
didn't.
and second, and I will need a
Okay.
copy of that resolution.
I've got it.
Counselor
So-
Payne?
Yes?
Counselor Pinkston?
Yes.
Mayor Snook?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Mayor, I would just like to add to what you have said, and the city manager has said earlier, just thanking Ms. Robertson for her service to the city. As you mentioned, it had been some difficult years. I'll never forget when the first meeting I had in this building was with Ms. Robertson, and the vice mayor was was with me, and it was our first time sort of beginning to learn the ropes, and she just gave us really good, calm advice, and I've been very grateful for it, and I wish her all the best in her future endeavors.
Yes, likewise, Brian and I had about a year to work with her, and it's been wonderful, very, very just clear, cut, concise information and advice, and but I'm happy that she's able to move on and find peace, happiness, other places. So I'm happy for her.
And the most important thing, they're a William and Mary grad.
Oh yeah.
No, but in all seriousness, I'll just echo what others have said. I mean, I think having worked with them over the years, there's just a tremendous legacy around the statute litigation, police civilian oversight board, affordable housing zoning, affordable housing strategy and zoning rewrite, critical part of just major transformational changes in the city that will last for decades.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, councilors, any questions for city management to follow up on? We had that one issue that arose at the beginning of the meeting. I'm blanking now on what it was, but I'll go back and look at it.
Yeah.
Bridge lighting, that's right, Belmont Bridge lighting.
Yeah, we definitely want
that. That seems like something that ought to be fixable.
Yeah, just they got those temporary lights and something we could do. And I think that we may already be doing this based on what we said, but I would like staff to look into as part of the development approval process that when screen is required for development, that they look at using native plants. That may be something that's already, it's been a while since I've been in the planning world, but it'll be great if we can make that a requirement.
Okay. So we're now at the final speaking opportunity for members of the public. Speakers will be given up to 3 minutes. You may join the speaker queue by selecting the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar, or by pressing *9 if you've joined by phone, or by raising your hand if you're here in council chambers. We will alternate between in-person and virtual speakers. Is there anyone here in the room who would like to speak to us at this point? The two folks are sitting there quietly. So, online?
Yes, Mayor Snook, our first speaker will be Lakeisha Washington.
Ms. Washington?
You are on with council.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lakeisha Washington. I'm a Charlottesville city resident, and I also work at Habitat for Humanity. I just want to share that this Wednesday, The Haven will be hosting or having their homeless memorial vigil. That's from 3 to 4, and I know that wasn't shared. We're seeing increase in our homeless population, and so I would just like council to consider how to best support these individuals as discussions continue around the budget for next year. Seeing that if we could make this an item that we actually name and put aside for either getting a new building for these individuals, so that they're not facing the hardship of being out in the cold, and some are dying or some are being attacked during the season. And so I just want our city council to remember that, and also just continue to think about the affordable housing and deeply affordable housing needs in our city as the work continues for the zoning rewrite. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor Snook, John Hossack has joined us. John, you are on with council.
Mr. Hossack.
Good evening. I want to go back to the Mount View Baptist Church and just make the observation that these are 3-story architecturally inconsistent with adjacent, reduced building setbacks, reduced parking, inadequate traffic analysis, inadequate and incomplete consideration of drainage. Dealing very briefly with a slope waiver, I'm not quite sure how that was addressed. Demolishing existing occupied single-family homes in situ, and the acquisition of adjacent lots by anonymous LLCs followed by consolidation. This all sounds very much like medium-intensity residential. In fact, the developer suggested that it was inconsistent with general residential. The big difference here is that we've had a debate about this development here, but what this debate has shown us, that as it stands, more or less, a developer can do anything, anywhere, anytime, at least in this neighborhood. And I'd like to just draw attention that this completely undermines the entire rationale for the rezoning, which is based on this idea that permitting and zoning is a problem. It appears not to be the case. So clearly I'm not very happy about this, and I'll also make the observation that I'm not likely to miss any opportunity to advise people I encounter in terms of coming to this area to avoid living in the city. I feel that the city has badly managed its relationship with people who have been here for many decades, 50 years in some cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hossack. Is there anyone else online?
We have Robin Hoffman, who is joining us once again. Robin, you're back on with council.
Hi, I did want to add also, I didn't seem serious enough about Caroline and Fairway. I said something about chickens and cats being a fatality, but how I became triggered to become a neighborhood representative was that I am a very careful driver, and as I'm turning left on Fairway to go to my home on Caroline, I almost hit a woman who was pregnant, is walking in the middle of the street, as most people do, including the school kids. And I didn't see her until I was pretty much turned the corner, because I also had to be addressing the Fairway folks coming down real fast. Now, this is a conversation that most people in this neighborhood have been saying to city council for many, many years. They've finally got one sign on Fairway. I think it says, 25 miles or something like that, a speed limit, and that's it. So that's why I became the representative, because I was afraid for this woman's life. And it's that more people became pregnant on my block. We're going to have more toddlers on our block and all that sort of stuff, people trying to walk to the meat park and that sort of thing. But also what concerns me is what that gentleman just said, is that it seems to me the city council, before making approvals, please go to those sites and see. I know Mayor Snook walked on East High, how that bus stop sign is there and there's no sidewalk. I just want to know how this happens. Is it that we're not managing because we're not actually seeing what people are talking about? You're just assuming that the shimp is telling the truth, that he's just gonna pay a fine for poor drainage? Is that how? That's how it seems like it's been going in the 17 years that I've been here, with people developing land that they own or selling the land and not really caring the legacy for the neighborhoods. And yes, we have the original people from Charlottesville living on my block, and they tell me the history of the flooding and the accidents and everything else that's been happening, that in fact there has been no signage and no zonage, and now we're going to have people developing in a greenway. It seems like I wonder about the management. And so I'm looking forward to good things. Thank you. Have a happy holiday.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Anyone else?
Mayor Snook, there are no additional hands.
Okay, so no additional hands, no additional comments, nothing else on the agenda. Sounds like it's time to adjourn. with best wishes to everyone for happy holidays,
Same
be
to
it
you. Happy
Hanukkah,
holidays.
Christmas, Kwanzaa, Festivus, Solstice. I guess we already, anyway.
Yeah.
See you all next year.
Likewise, everyone take care and be
Take
safe.
care.